Morning, good morning. You guys watching this USTR Jameson Greer testifying in front of House? Do I ever swing puts? When I'm confident, yeah. When I'm confident or when I'm want to gamble and I don't want to bet with futures. It's either or. Right now, I'm basically just supplementing my. I shouldn't say supplementing. I am covering or hedging my long term by trading futures intraday, and I'm basically just coming out break even from my losses from my long term are covering for my short term gains off of my futures. Because each day we basically lose like 5% on our long term port. I've got some VIXY right now instead of puts, and that's about it. And I'm just kind of chilling, trading intraday with futures. Yeah, well, you have to think every day on the long. I mean, like this month alone. Well, before like year to date, long term port is down almost 25% from highs,
Keystone
and then we were going down 5% every day.
Oil spill.
I mean, it's really rough on a long term port, and it's like you have the option to either fully exit out of positions you've been in for years, or use a different instrument to offset short-term losses and build out basically a piggy bank for buying dips and future gains, right? So, and I've been in some of these shares for a very long time, and so it's like, okay, well, I'm not really looking to close a lot of these positions. So I'll buy some volatility-based instruments, and then I'll basically just scalp intraday and build up a piggy bank for buying dip.
Delta Air CEO says that the company has been clear with Airbus on tariffs and will work through and see what happens.
It depends because it really is it like the way that I trade is I am in positions that I have already taken off the initial investment in, right? So every single one of my trades that stock wise is either already paid for in the sense of primary capital that's been put in, or I'm in from a position that I don't think we're going to be retracing down into. And so if I close now, it will be excuse me, sorry. It will be a bigger loss for me by panic closing, because I don't think we're going to be able to reach down to the levels in which my original entry was at. And so even if we go back to all-time highs, if I close now and bought back in, I would be in a really bad position because I still wouldn't be as profitable now if I closed all my positions and then bought today and we went back up to all-time highs. I would still be losing. So I'd rather offset with hedging and then just kind of go with the flow. We literally looking at ES SPY started retracting to those levels on a bigger time frame. You shove no from that? No? Um, I don't really know what you're talking about. What does it matter if we expect price to drop? My averages are good enough where I'm uncomfortable trying to close everything if I've been in trades for years. I don't know what you're saying. So I'm hedged and then I'm trading intraday to cover any losses. What did I say that you don't understand? I mean, we drop or go up 5% every day, so you're either right or you're wrong, and doesn't really matter to me. If I wake up and then trade whatever happens on the day, I'll make up for anything. I'm not really in to gamble here. If you want to put your port into zero DTEs or month out calls or puts and bet on the downfall of the country, that's up to you. You can go on Wall Street bets and either lose everything or gain a house in a week. It's not what I do. Yeah, I mean, if you don't have time to trade, then definitely you should be in puts. I mean, if that's exactly the point of it. You're betting for further downside and you have a long-term port, and you should be hedged. There are different ways to hedge. Listen, like my cost basis on Nvidia is $27. I'm not closing that position. Like I need you to understand. Like I'm not. I've already taken profit off. I'm already have covered the position. I'm not closing out on my long-term positions because of a drop like this. I'll cover any sort of loss and then I'll add the positions and then we'll continue on our way.
S&P 500 touches session low, down almost 0.6%.
I don't base my long-term port off of fib moves. That's not realistic. If it was that easy, then why aren't you a billionaire? Like I don't know what you're saying. But I mean, I get the sentiment. You missed out on the move, but I will manage my portfolio how I want to manage my portfolio. You do what you want with your own money.
Germany's 10-year bond yield at session low, last down 6.6 BPS at 2.558%. USTR Greer says there is no effort to invigorate trade with Russia with no reciprocal tariff. USTR Greer says Russia is already subject to heavy US sanctions embargoes.
Greer says it's Trump's choice whether to raise tariffs on Russia.
Consolidation here down at our lows. See what happens. As long as 244 is holding, we're okay on this bid. But if we start to push lower, we're gonna run into some issues here on NQ. This is our 30-second opening range high on NQ. Below 200, we start to get a bit more bearish. So I'm just keeping an eye on what happens here. 200's got to basically hold as supportive. Or we'll push down to like 120 here on NQ. So watching what happens into our dip under our day open. Do-do-do.
Delta Airlines CEO says it will defer any aircraft deliveries that have tariffs on it.
Good bounce so far off our day open here on NQ. Again, as long as we're continuing to show interest down in this 200, we're in an okay spot. But understand, as soon as this starts to fall and we're not showing interest at our 30-second opening range, we're in a pretty bad predicament here for NQ. This is basically our ledge liquidity here. We can see that on footprint as well. I'm just going to lower the opacity on this so it's not insane. There we go. Is like 60 points so far off of 200. We no break it down trend, need to show interest above. We are in a overall sell, watching our resistance here into POC at 265, 270. Should expect offer to be sitting there. Offer sitting. Still there. Watching Russell into previous day value. This House committee thing is not great.
Greer says we're already seeing some movement from nations in discussions on tariffs.
It's just a bunch of angry white people. Again, this is our offer here. Need to show interest above the 65-70 area on NQ. Don't have a ton of levels above us. I'd be targeting like 320 into this high on our value edge if we can push, but I'm not convinced yet of this. The seller's gone. Need to see a bit more from our buyer from our 200 hold. Same thing on ES, right? It's just our 30-second opening range rotation from our low at our previous low at 982, holding our low there from the opening auction, and now rotating back up into previous day POC. So should expect offer to be sitting here as well on ES. This is, of course, Russell into our 30-second opening range and our previous low, just rejecting as of right now. We need to see interest above on Russell above our day open, or this is just going to chop, and then it's going to be a 3-bar down on the 15. So we've gotten our full rotation. You should be in runners and just coast. This is where we expect our offer to be sitting. 200 was in a great bid on NQ, and you've now rotated above. Let's see if we can make this supportive, testing into our PVZ highs here.
Apologies for the delay. We have posted out the EIA inventories report for you guys to read on the Financial News feed.
If we can show interest here at 320 on NQ, I can see us pushing to like 387 above. But again, need to see Russell and ES show interest at these levels, or this is just going to be our rejection point for a continuation down. NQ by far looking the best. With our short-term buyers, I can very clearly see. Got one at 320, and we have a new one trying here at 350. See if that continues, or if this is where we start to show a bit of a failure. Again, offer sitting at 387 right now. 387, 400 on NQ. Almost 200 points from our 200 low on NQ. See if we can get any more, or if this is it. Russell into our 30-second opening range high, and our previous high. Seller trying to step in here at 350 on NQ. Looking back into it now. See if we can flip this. Need to show interest over 400s for more. Again, offer attempting to step down here. Into our offer here at 400s again. Just gotta be patient here. The seller at 387 on NQ still sitting. Our buyer at 320 still holding. Right, just rotating between this 387 and this 320. Again, sell side trying to step down but our offer at 350 is offsides. We just need to now show interest over 400 for more, or sell side is going to gain a bit of momentum on our any look below 350 and hold. Then we do our full rotation. Here, let me make this yellow so that you understand that this is our lower pivot. Trading between these two zones right now. Buyer sitting here, seller sitting here, and our mid of our offer, or our two-sided trading, is happening at this 350 level. Whoever wins that out off of a retest will most likely choose direction. Just gonna sit here for a minute while we trade at VWAPs.
Reeves says Trump tariff war not enough to override UK fiscal rules.
I'm gonna stop watching this House committee. I'm not saying anything that matters. Southside trying to gain a bit more interest here at 350. They've doubled up on their position sizing. See if they can do the full rotation down or if they're going to get stuffed here. It's getting a little heavy. It's this 50 to like 64 here is where our seller is trying to offer. Watching what happens in a retest. See if we put in a lower high. Yeah. Bit attempting to look over, see if they eat it. We basically just want any bid to get absorbed in here, and then we want to see Southside like really start to step down if we're going to rotate lower. This is what I'm watching on Footprint here. So we just have this size that's starting to form here into our 350, 360. We're watching to see if this guy's going to go off sides or not. We know this rotation can go lower into this this 270, 260 area, and we know that we need to get over this 400 above. So right now you're just rotating in between these two areas over and over and over again until we either see this offer maintain, right, and start to do this rotation down where we start to absorb into a lower high and then do a lower rotation, or that this seller who's really trying to accumulate here goes offsides and we get a secondary bid above, trapping them with a higher low, and then rotating and showing interest above this 400, punishing the seller, and then giving us a catalyst for a continuation higher, which is what's being attempted right now, right? So really just waiting to see how this interaction plays out so that we can set ourselves up for our next positioning. We want to be aware of where people are and who's offsides so that we have a player to play with. Keeping an eye on these retests on this look above. See if we can hold our previous offer as supportive. We look back in, see if we can flag up here, or if these guys are going to go off sides. Need to see if this is going to hold or if we re-enter for this rotation through. Just waiting.
Comments from Fed's Muslim coming through now. I was saying that baseline outlook is not for recession, but slipping confidence, higher prices are a blow to household wealth and points to slowing growth. Adding, I expect US economic growth this year materially below estimated 2% trend. Financial conditions have tightened, but I do not see market dysfunction in recent volatility. Tension between Fed's dual mandate goals as a risk of slower growth, high inflation begin to materialize. So Muslim says markets responding to reassessments of global growth. Inflation expectations remain anchored and necessary for the Fed to keep them away. It's risky to assume that the Fed can look through higher prices from tariffs. There is a chance some effects could persist. Business contacts say they are not turning to layoffs, but are taking a wait-and-see approach to hiring and capital spending plans. And that we will take a balanced approach to monetary policy as long as inflation expectations remain well anchored.
Our 387 on NQ is still holding. Not incredibly confident here. Flags are playing, but we need to see breaks of highs for this to feel comfy. As of yet, we're just not seeing it. I feel like we're waiting on RTY here, which is just at our previous high and our 30-second opening range high. So see if we can push and show interest above VWAP, or if that's just going to be our offer point. Taking our highs now on NQ. Again, just holding of our previous structure and our 387. We're rotating up. See what happens into 470. I'm the most worried about this area on Russell for a larger sell. We push into here. I'm thinking that we're probably going to see something like this, where we're going to have to come back down and then retest, and then the bullish move will look something similar to this. If this fails, right, where we can't show interest above our POC shift and previous day POC, and this VWAP to previous day POC area holds as resistance, I think that we can punish pretty hard, and that will rotate us back through, and then we do something like this. That's why I'm being a bit cautious here, just because without a clearer sign on the Russell that we have strength up here, it can easily be a trap, just a lower high in our overall move, right? So, like, we haven't shown any interest yet above our primary sellers from this morning. So this is just a retracement back up to our primary offer, and then that would lead to a further downside move, trapping these guys who are in these positions from our opening range. So until I see a bit more liquidity step in, I'm not interested.
US Treasury yields pair gains after Fed's Muslim sees growth slipping below trend. 10-year yield last at 4.384%. Says handful. I expect to see a handful of nations open markets to the US exports, which will help make it easier to manufacture products in the US. Also adding that US companies will become more efficient when they have access to overseas markets. Greer says Trump's power to levy tariffs is not unlimited.
Buyers starting to attempt here at this 435 area. Just waiting to see if they get absorbed or not. So far, looking like it. We have a minute 20 until next candle. That's when I'm going to probably start to get a bit more interested in this area. Once this shows which way we're headed. Sell side trying to step down here into 415 from that 435 offer. Watching our pivot here. It's 387, 410, right? Just our yellow box. We push back down. Watching our offer trying to lower with it. 50 seconds till new 15s. New 15's opening. Closing right at our 387 pivot here. See if we enter back in and offer starts to step down. Or if this continues to hold. if we're going to put in a lower high, I expect it to
Reuters
happen at
speaking,
this
they reported
420,
in the
430
Reuters interview. We're
on
going to be
NQ. So we need to see a very clear step back above. Again, this 387 is our area of interest. We're now watching to see if a lower high gets put in here as we rotate up into this. And then we enter back into this range. Or if we can recover this, break our lows, and then bid up. This should be our test. Watching. Again, remember we have this buyer who's offsides into this 35-40 area on NQ. So it is super important that we see interest back above here and this guy to step back in from our 387. Keeping an eye on it now. Attempt to step down. Lower high in place. Retested our buyer. They are still off sides, looking below. Watching our 87 for reoffer for rotation to 45 to like 37. Still look into our pathing here. Keeping an eye on this retest. We want to see if VWAP and our halfway back can go offer. This should be your first risk off if you're playing the look back in here. We are looking for a full rotation through this, but expect a little bit of bids here. So move your stop down or take off your first position into this low where our bid was last. Then leave a runner. I think we see one of two things happen here. This is going to put in a lower high here. We fail at this edge now as our primary resistance. And so we're either watching for a look back into this and then a very clear look down like this, right? As long as this area is maintaining, we're in an okay position because we've entered back into this balance, right? Off of the failure above. So we have a catalyst now because we have this buyer who is offsides above. And we can see that on our footprint as well if they're offsides. And we've now entered back into this balance. So we know that we have liquidity below us. And I'd like to see us test into that. But from this area of liquidity here into 320 to 300 is what we need to watch out for. Because we need to see them step below that for anything more. We know that we have a secondary buyer and seller here, right? This is two-way traded at 345. We can see that on footprint. We need sellers to very clearly step down below this for rotations. So we want to see how we interact into this low. There's a good chance that this bounces and that we come back up retest this, and then we look down. This is kind of my primary look, is something like this. If this liquidity steps out of the way at 300, 320, then we can immediately do the secondary move where we step below and then offer this. But you should be looking to see if buyers step in here into our bottom of this little balance that we have. It only makes sense that we find a bid here and then look back up into our offer. So this is what I'm watching for now. Just going to shift this level to POC. There we go. So getting our bounce so far into our 320. See how much of a retrace we do of this move. Again, bottom of balance, very likely that we trade back up into this top of balance and we look for a offer to be sitting here. And then again, like the only way that we get more downside is showing a very clear area of interest below this liquidity that's represented on footprint here. Russell still leading down. Excuse me. So we are here in our positioning. We knew that there was liquidity here into 320. We are now watching to see if how much interest the bid has as we push back up into our high of this little auction that we're trading in between. We should expect, again, sell side to be sitting into this 87 to like 410 area. And we're just watching to see how the look is and if we can get back below this or get back above. We know that this is balance in between. Russell is showing no interest as of yet, so primary indication is that we're going to continue down, but we need to see us get below our previous day value low and our 30-second opening range low first before we get that big old move.
US Trade Representative Greer says, "We will do what the law requires in terms of seeking congressional approval on tariff deals with other nations."
Back into our lows off another failure into our 87 on NQ. Russell leading down, breaking below our 30-second opening range. Again, this is NQ into our buy-side liquidity here. We're watching to see if our offer can hold below this 300, 320 on a retest, or we will continue to find a bid here short term. Offering so far at our edge, holding it. See how much more of this rotation we get. We are currently here in our pathing.
US admiral confirms that 2 men of Chinese origin fighting for Russia were captured by Ukraine.
We are looking for one of two outcomes here. This is either going to hold as our offer, right? Where are we looking for shorts like this down to day open? Or this is going to recover our edge, and these sellers here are going to get trapped, and we are going to be looking for a bid on a look back in and then a rotation through our balance. These are the two things that I'm watching for here. We can see where the sell side's sitting on footprint, right? We see that there's an aggressive seller trying to rotate price down. We can see us trying to hold our bottom of balance as resistance. We just need to see how far this is going to push down. We have our risk set. Now it's just a matter of it playing through. First PT 250, secondary PT into our 220 to our day open. If this fails, right, we're looking for a bid back through, a very clear hold, risk below this, and then we are looking for rotations up with 56 being our first PT, and then a rotation into our 87 above, which was our primary pivot on
Chile
our first test in.
says that Chile hasn't had contact with the US on copper tariffs.
ES retesting our value edge as resistance and previous day POC. Let's see if we can hold it as offer from our 30-second opening range high, retesting, watching this rotation here as we approach into this node. Is this our offer? And can we show interest below this for rotations through our range? Or is this going to go supportive again? And can we look back above? There's not enough information as of yet.
According to the Wall Street Journal, Michigan governor is meeting with Trump later today.
So our look above. Let's see if it can now hold for rotations through. Sell side failure, rotation up. Watching our 87 pivot here, seeing if our bid can hold. Full rotation of balance off of a squeeze of sell. If sell side's still serious, this edge will hold, and we're going to do this lower rotation. So just keep that in mind. Need to show interest above 410. Same thing on ES here, just POC retest. Need to show interest above. See if we can recover these edges off of our squeeze. See if we can find secondary buyers here into our top edge with 87 going supportive again. Unsure as of yet.
According to Axios, Fed's market says tariff price hikes could start by June.
It has to step in here very soon, or we're going to start to rotate through this balance down again. Really keeping an eye on Russell into our lower edge. It's the same as before, where we're starting to show our offer stepping down with these lower highs. We need to see this break.
Further into this, trade war is likely to cause fewer jobs and higher prices, according to Fed's bargain, but price hikes may not show up until the summer as companies work through pre-tariff inventories. We have posted out the Axios piece on the Financial Newsfeed for you to read through. Barkin says businesses are struggling with confidence. Barkin says price surges requires Fed to be cautious.
Lower highs continuing, rotating back down to our mid pivot here where this liquidity is. If offer can hold this 380 edge that we're pushing into right from here, put in another lower high, I think that this move could happen where we retrace this entire leg. So it's the same as before when we were trading here. We need to see interest or we rotate through. If there's still no interest above, our overall downtrend is still intact with these lower highs. It's just a retest of our offer at top of balance. We watch to see how this rotates through, and then we do the same trade again, where we try to hold this edge as resistance. Russell leading down, just keep it in mind. Retesting previous day value low here. Held our top of auction. Same thing on ES. No change. POC holding as resistance. Rotating back down to our value low edge. So if you are trading, this is your first risk off. Again, we need to see interest here from buyers, and we need to break this downtrend, or we're going to be looking for the same thing again, which is buyer caught off sides into our highs, sell side offering down, lower high, lower high, lower high, right? Now what happens here into this edge? Do we continue to make these lower highs? If so, then we look for this again. Sell side needs to offer and push below. So this is, we have two edges. We are watching to see our interaction. Pushing down, Russell leading. Yes, into our value edge here. Bid is either found or we're going to make a new low, trapping these guys at our highs on this retest. Again, like nothing has changed. These guys are still holding.
More from the Axios piece, Barkin thinks tariffs to hit both inflation and employment.
Ten seconds till new 15s. Offer's got a step below this 290.
Just a heads up for users, we have posted out a live feed of where US Defense Secretary Hegseth and Panamanian MINSEG hold a joint press conference in Panama City.
We're watching for a potential 3-bar down here on the 15. Watching for a break of the slower structure for a rotation through it.
As a reminder, early on, Defense Secretary Hegseth said that the US will take back the canal from Chinese influence.
This is either going
And also the
to
day before
find a
that,
bid
he
and then
said
recover this edge for
DT
rotations
said
back up,
he actually said the same thing.
or we're looking
He
for
did say China did
this
not
to
build
hold,
and will weaponize Panama Canal.
and then we look for a very clear offer and
Adding
hold below this pivot for
Chinese
rotations
companies have
through.
critical foothold in Panama and raising the risk of espionage. So those are the comments that were made before from Hegseth. We have put out the feed of the live video on the feed for you to watch.
Bit attempting. Watching our retest into 295, 300 as we push down. We want bid to be there if we're going to continue higher. We want this edge to be recovered. Rotations back up to 87. If these guys fail, it's just going to be another lower high, and then we're going to see an offer really start to step down below 290, and we'll have a secondary leg below 276. Just a fight for this auction on our edge low. First sell into 56 here, POC of previous candle if you are playing off of the recovery of this edge. Next rotation into our top of range, into 87. Expect your offer to be sitting there short term into 56. Yeah, and just POC of previous candle. Capital. Safark. Do you though? Do you need to get better? You could just not trade them. You know what I mean? If it doesn't meet your edge, then your criteria, then you just don't trade it. You know? Listen, the way that I look at these days is I give myself a really tight criteria of what I'm looking for. I try not to take an overly bearish position until we start to trade below our 30-second opening range and hold it as resistance. I'm trying to look at our bid basically to be active here. As long as we're defending our first 30 seconds, I'm not incredibly bearish on a day. And that's like my primary criteria, is that's the first thing I look at, is like, are we above or below our 30-second opening range? If we're above, I'm going to be looking for bids back into it. And then we find our most recent seller, our most recent buyer, and we make those our pivots, and then we look to trade around them. I try to simplify it as much as I can. It's like, okay, I find a participant that is offsides, right? So we have this balance that's taken place above where we traded in between these two pivots. And then like when we get someone who's offsides above, we then look for retests in a lower high, and then we look for rotations down. Same thing here, where it's like, okay, we have a very clear participant who tried to hold this low and rotate this up, has failed. And as long as we're not paying out these highs, I'm going to be looking for rotations back down to maintain this selling edge, right? Now we're trading in between these two pivots. We know where sellers need to step down below. They've failed every attempt so far because it's our range low. So anytime we look back in, all I'm looking for is to play off of this area and then just play the rotations back up. And then this is a trade, right? This becomes our criteria. As soon as we see someone trapped into our lows, we then look for the recovery and then the bid here and then play this rotation up. Same thing at our edge high. All we're looking for is someone to fail at our highs, and then we look to play on a look back in. We play the lower high for the rotations back through. It's because like we know what's going to happen if we actually do succeed, which is like if this guy is going to be able to hold this, we're going to hold this edge low, and then we're going to bounce off of this and then rotate up. We can see where these value shifts are occurring. So let's just play the secondary move and like the failures from either buyers trying to break out or break down. And then just play this as our balance trade that gives the best criteria, right, for our risk. Like that's the way that I play these kind of days. And that seems to work because I have structure to play around and logic of like my trade entry and where I want to be executing. This is your risk off, by the way, if you're trading off that lower edge into our 87s. We either show a supportive hold here above 412s and then retest into 87s for bids, or this is going to be our offer. Watching now. But like as soon as you can kind of like define your areas a bit more, and you just trade around that and then be very mechanical about it. Like we know what happens if we enter back into our 30-second opening range. Like it's an opening range play. It's like this edge will hold as resistance.
Retail Federation and Hackett Associates import cargo major U.S. container ports is expected to drop dramatically beginning next month.
Right, and then we play this as our rotation through. This opening range high would become resistance. We played our opening range low, and then what we're looking for is, can this hold as resistance for continuation down? If so, then we play this rotation here. But until then, right, like we know that we're looking for basically bids to come off of this. And as soon as we enter back in, if this seller isn't serious, we rotate up. And then for secondary moves, we look for this. From this, can we find a bid that holds here? And can we rotate up for this? What happens if we fail here? What if we can't breach our highs and we show no interest? Well, then we look for a look above and then a failure, and then a lower high here for rotations back through and down. Right? This gives us criteria to play off of. And it's the same thing on ES, if you're an ES enjoyer. Are we holding our 30-second opening range? If so, then we look for a look in, higher low, and rotations back up. And then this is either going to go resistance and for rotations back down,
unfair for decades.
Or this will go supportive, and then we look for this to be our hold or our continuation higher. 40 seconds till new 15s. I expect some resistance here unless we're going to sweep through Russell into our 30-second opening range high. This is where our offer was sitting last. We're going to need to see a pretty strong bid here. Or, again, we expect a bit of a some risk off here into our close of our 15, into this 480 on NQ, and into our 62 basically on Russell. And we'll watch to see how much of a pullback we need, and then if we can go up from there. Same thing on NQ. I'm not bearish here, but we should expect a pullback. Move your stops down a bit. And then let's see if we can flag it out here. Ideally, right, we either can just pop over here into new 15s, or we're going to need to retest this break of structure here at 440, 450, which is what I'm really looking for. As long as we're maintaining this and then can look over, I'm not incredibly bearish. So we'll see. New 15's open. We can see where our liquidity is resting on footprint. Offer stepping in where we thought, rotating back down. Let's watch what happens into our structural edge, into this buyer at 440. You need to find Russell local low, and then we can continue higher if that continues with momentum. Same thing on ES, pull back. Just watching our edge here. $440, $450, still kind of holding as supportive on retest. Just need to see interest above R90. Testing into R90 now. Offer still sitting there. So things that we know right now, we know that our offer is sitting at 90. We know that we have a secondary buyer who's broken us out and pushed us up from this 450. We are now keeping an eye on how we interact here, right? We know that we have liquidity present here. This is our area where we're watching to see if we can hold. If we can hold and get over this 90 and see a secondary buyer step in, we go up. We want to see Russell find its low for this move to occur. If this seller continues to sit here, we're just watching for this rotation back through on offer of where we wanted our support to be, and then a rotation down. As long as this is maintaining and Russell can find a low and NQ can hold this liquidity, upside is likely, right? We have an area to play off of. We know where liquidity is resting. So it's just flagging as of right now. The flag can fail, of course, but it's giving you a range to work with and an area of risk on both sides. Same thing on ES. We know where we want to hold. We just need to show interest above our highs. Until then, right, we know where our seller and our buyers are.
Walmart CFO says that they see opportunity to gain share amid uncertainty.
Russell's still no low. Respect that. NQ into our liquidity. Need to see that look over 90s and hold for continuation, or you're just in a very tight range between our buyer at our 45 and our seller into our 75 to 90.
Wall Street Journal just adding to some comments that Ukraine had already made, but they're saying that more than 150 Chinese citizens joined Russian army to fight Ukraine, according to Ukrainian intelligence reports. Just providing further detail in the Wall Street Journal piece.
Great first risk off if you are playing off our lower edge on NQ. Need to show interest above 90 for continuation. Hold a runner, call it a day. If we can get the secondary bid above, then we break out, and then we look for like, I don't know, 54 above. Until then, you're range bound. There's your 90. See if buyers can do it.
And for anyone interested in reading the article from the Wall Street Journal, we have posted that out onto the feed for you to read through.
Russell into our highs again. See if we lose interest up here.
So the reports indicated deeper Chinese involvement in the war than previously known, although a Western official said the men were most likely mercenaries. And China on Wednesday denied any military involvement in Ukraine after Kiev said it had captured 2 Chinese men in the nation's east.
We want bids to absorb into 70. If sell side starts to gain momentum back down, then it's another failed break. Testing into it now. Full loss of momentum on RTY into our highs. So we have 2 probabilities now. We have what? Someone caught here, right? So we're watching our low again, and then we'll look for a lower high, and then a rotation through. If this is going to be a sell side, if these guys are going to remain off sides, we'll be looking for them to then show interest from this point and reject here pretty heavily, right? We watch to see if we fail now at this low. Now that we've failed the breakout, we have a catalyst above. RTY has been able to hold our highs. CS was able to hold our highs. Sell side is showing interest. Watch this edge as we rotate up. We know our buyer is still present here. We need to show a look over the seller on next test, or this is going to be a lower high. It's very important that you recognize that. We have a catalyst now above us, right? We need to show interest above, or this is going to reject here and then rotate down.
So sets up Barkin speaking at the DC Economic Club.
So again, this is your first risk off. If you're longing from our lows, we need to see us step above. This is our liquidity for buyers. This should be obvious. This is the top of range, right? Now we need to see if sell side is going to put in a lower high here into our pivot, and if we're going to rotate down. This is our trading now that we're watching. Is this high going to remain intact, or can we look above and then show interest? If lower highs are going to be able to maintain, then we'll rotate and break this low. If we can bid above, stay in your runner, and then look to see if a bid can hold through. Watching Russell into our edge again, retesting.
According to a source here, there's a $5.5 million SOFR option trade targeting Fed cut to 1.5% by June. It's heavy demand seen over the US morning session for an upside SOFR options hedge via June tenor, targeting Fed policy rate to drop as low as 1.5% ahead of the June 13th expiry. Barkin says, I'm watching consumers most closely as the biggest part of the economy.
What a statement. Russell pushing, good sign, good sign. See if we get follow through. Need to break highs on NQ.
Barkin says, I worry if close to a moment where consumers decide to pull back. So far, that hasn't happened.
Move stops now to like right below 75s if you're long from our lows.
Barkin sees
Any entry back in can lead to this rotation through. We're watching for Russell retest here on our edge where our resistance was last. See if we can hold here for more upside. Retesting our break of structure here on NQ as supportive. Same thing with Russell. If they can hold, we keep going. If they fail, then offsides again, rotation back down to our 28 to 45. Watching Russell for bounce.
Barkin says consumers are still spending, but we're watching it. Barkin says the biggest thing to affect consumer spending is whether they have a job, second is confidence, and the third is a wealth effect. Carney says Canada will use domestic energy to displace imported energy, including energy imported from the US. Barkin says equity market correction isn't what leads to consumer pullback.
NQ retesting POC of previous candle, waiting on Russell to figure out what it wants to do. Needs to get back over our edge here, or offers going to step back in, and then we rotate through range.
Barkin says people are pulling back on air travel, but not on everyday spending.
Come on, RTY, do it.
Zelensky says at least 155 Chinese are fighting alongside Russian army.
Holy, get me out of here.
So, a reminder of the Wall Street Journal piece. It said more than 150 Chinese citizens have joined the Russian army to fight Ukraine, according to Ukrainian intelligence reports cited by the Wall Street Journal.
If Russell can go, yes. If not, then we're just stuffing. We need to show interest over this 95, or it's just a rotation back down to our 28 to 45. Same as before. Which is, again, why you only want to be looking at for longs into our edge low, where we know we have liquidity. It doesn't serve you at all trying to play for a breakout unless Russell can go. You can hold runners looking for a breakout, but without any confirmation that we want to continue up, all you're doing is ramming your head into absorption. Which is why we have found our area of liquidity, and we know the area which we want to be playing off of. $17 seconds till new 15s.
Barkin says if we see high inflation and high unemployment, the Fed would handle the response with judgment. Also, Fed bids for 10-year notes total $6.5 billion. Carney says his government will set up an office to issue a decision on whether to go ahead with major mining and energy projects after a single review within 2 years.
Today's price
Carney
action,
says
I mean, it's
his
not
government will
great, it's
compile a
not
list of
terrible.
major projects
Just
that
play
are
edges.
in the national interest.
It's not as good as yesterday, but it's fine. It's actionable. Which is to be expected. FOMC minutes. And we have Trump more executive orders today. Later in the day.
Trump's administration backs off Nvidia's H20 chip crackdown after Mar-a-Lago dinner.
Ugh, get me out of here.
Carney says we're not pursuing austerity that will leave us dangerously dependent and reliant on the US. Minutes away from the top of the hour, get the US 10-year note auction with a prior bid cover of 2.59 and a prior high yield of 3.10%. Also, the US looking to sell $39 billion of the 10-year notes reopening. Just looking at just some research here then. So latest CFTC positioning data shows speculators were net short 106K ultra 10-year note futures and 863K 10-year note futures. Possible source of covering demand for the auction. JP Morgan say, given mixed valuations and a poor technical backdrop, the strategists see the auction as requiring more of a concession from Tuesday's closing levels in order to be digested smoothly.
This is a great first risk off into our 54 here, 590 above this. If we can continue higher, Russell leading. Yes, you're looking for 74 as target. It was our large offer yesterday, or where it was our resistance yesterday after it flipped. The huge support. You guys remember. This is our upper auction that we have. We'll rotate between these two pivots, 74 and 93. If we can get back above. If it continues to hold, it'll just be a strong resistance. We're basically doing this action right now. Can we hold this upper edge and can we rotate back in? If not, right, this is just going to catch people in the same area where we sold last.
5 minutes away from the top of the hour, we get the US with their 10-year note auction with a prior bid to cover of 2.59 and a prior high yield of 4.31%.
Into our 54 here. Again, this is a great first target. If we can push up higher, I'll look for 90s. Watching Russell into our high again. ES held POC of our range, rotated up. Again, looking for 74s above if we can get this continuation. Need to show interest above 74 for anything more. If I remember correctly, 74 was previous week's low. I think that's what that was. But it's a huge auction pivot yesterday. '74 target here on ES. See if we can look above and hold, or if this is going to hold offer. Don't have enough information yet. This is NQ into previous day value low testing, as well as our previous day POC on Russell. If we can develop above, we're in a good spot. If it continues to hold resistance, there's nothing here for continuation. Some very clear targets above for us on Russell. Excuse me.
One minute toward the when issued yield.
$25 seconds till new 15s. Russell doing a full oscillation here.
Ten seconds. 4.465%, 4.465% before the $39 billion auction.
Huge.
2.67, 2.67 with a high yield of 4.435%, 4.435%. He was selling $39 billion of the 10-year notes and awarding 59.99% of bids at high. Primary dealers take 10.7%, and direct 1.4%, indirect 87.9%.
700 here is a
10-year
really great
draws
target on NQ.
4.435% versus 4.65% pre-sale when
See if
issued.
we can hold. This 110 on ES is pretty harsh resistance. If we can get over it, I look for like 130 above on ES.
Also, as I said, they did award 59.99% of bids at high.
All right, I will be right back. I'm fully exited, just waiting now.
So just keep an eye on the markets here. Did see a little bit of move towards that. Well, did see strength from the Dixie and some strength from the S&P 500.
If you're in runners still, off our liquidity here from 30, this is again just move up stops. You want to see basically 80s now hold as supportive on any sort of retest. So as long as this is holding, we can go up. It's a good sign that we didn't retrace the full candle and we're holding the squeeze. Watch to see if we can get over this 92.95 area on RTY. It's our next big pivot. If we can show a shift over this, we have continuation. Again, big level here at 110. If 110 can go supportive, I'd look for 130 on ES for continuation.
And Rollins says that we will see very quick relief.
All right, I'll be right back.
Rollins says no beef from Argentina, no dairy from Canada. US Treasury's pair losses after good demand at the 10-year note auction. As a reminder, the prior bid cover was 2.59 and the 10-year note bid cover actual was 2.67. Rollins says we're thinking about what mitigation for farmers looks like. That concludes Rollins' interview on Fox News. U.S. appeals court sides with Trump and clears way for 18 federal agencies to fire thousands of federal workers. Spot gold extends gains for the biggest intraday jump since 2020. Walmart CEO says we haven't cancelled any orders yet from China, India, and Mexico. That's an investor meeting. So Walmart CEO says we have not cancelled any orders yet from China, India, and Mexico. Barkin says the direction of tariffs is clear, but the destination is unknown. Barkin says everyone says they'll pass on costs of higher tariffs, but consumer is also exhausted by higher price. Barkin says anybody's guess as to GDP impact of tariffs. Surely expecting the Federal Reserve to report operation. Barkin says when talks about tariffs, we need to talk about inflation, but also about employment.
Forgot I was muted. Yikes. Alright, I'm back.
Canada's finance
Forgot to
minister
unmute.
says Canada is committed to continue discussions, including as G7 president, on impact and reactions to US tariffs.
Our ES 110 held, our 700 on NQ held. No real change, just rotations from yesterday. Watching to see if Russell can build above this previous day POC here.
31 counterparties take $168.11 billion at the Fed reverse repo operation.
RTY into our halfway back and value high edge. Pretty solid bid off of our ES value high retest, right? This push down into our PVZ target and our value edge. Rotation up. Now attempting our reversion zone. See if we can build above or if this is going to continue to act as resistance here at 86 with RTY into value high. Need to see pretty clear interest above this area on Russell if we're going to get continued movement. Or this is just going to continue to act as resistance right at our value high. Want to continue to see these higher lows being built out. We have a pretty defined buyer below us on NQ at 560 to 575, which I like to see.
So heads up, Hexeth is currently speaking live now, saying Panama is a key terrain that must be secured by Panama with the US and not China. And US and Panama are to increase joint training exercises, re-establishing rotational and joint presence at several bases.
Like actually kind of crazy how much of a Cold War we are in with China. So this volatility.
Trump says raising the tariffs on China to 125%. So again, Trump says raising the tariffs on China to 125%.
Just don't trade this. Don't touch it.
Immediately.
Don't touch it. Don't touch it. Zero liquidity on the Dom.
Let's keep an eye on the markets here. Did see some movement towards the upside on the S&P 500.
Don't touch it. Let this settle.
Also, Trump authorized a 90-day pause on tariffs. So again, Trump authorized a 90-day pause on tariffs. And so 90-day pause applies to reciprocal and 10% tariffs. And that's effective immediately.
Don't touch it.
So also,
If this is real, upside is very, very good.
Social saying at some point, hopefully in the near future, China will realize that the days of ripping off the US and other nations is no longer sustainable. Conversely, based on
We're going for this VPOC previous day POC here.
representatives of the US,
310, 360 is offer.
and USTR to negotiate.
This is it. Watch to see if we can get over this.
To trade barriers, tariffs, currency manipulation. He goes on to say that at and on monetary
Previous day
tariffs,
POC tagged here.
have not, at my strong suggestion, retaliated in any way, shape.
I'm looking for a pullback to 220 on ES.
Pause and have substantially lowered reciprocal tariff during this period of 10%, also effective immediately.
Watch 220 on ES.
I think oil prices are moving towards the upside here.
It's where we look for liquidity on ES. Previous day value high. Do not trade this yet. No liquidity. We're looking to see if this will bid and hold here. I know the move's big. You'll be all right. You're going to get stopped out. Just made 1 mil. GG's. True. This is a super important hold and retest if we can build here. If we can hold and build over value high previous day, very important. Bid is happening. Really solid bid at 220, rotating back up to our highs. This is our 360 on NQ. Should expect our offer to be sitting here. Need to see a very clear look above on NQ. Super important level. Previous day value high. Just like we bid off of our ES previous day value high here. This is a great area to risk off a little. Move stops up if you are playing off that 220. This is our big supply above on NQ.
Up as much as 1.1% at around 1.4108 per US dollar.
If you are on a small account, again, do not trade this until liquidity comes back into the market. You are going to get stopped out. If you did play off of 220, congrats, you made lots of money. We are testing our highs. Again, very good risk off.
Short-term treasury yield surge, 2-year jumps 17 basis points. US Treasury yields hold at higher levels on the day after Trump announces 90-day pause on tariffs. 10-year yields last at about 4.363%.
Holy shit, did that 220 pay? Holy.
Nvidia shares jumping 12%, the most since July 31st.
This is a huge resistance on NQ. I have no clue what happens up here. We'll see.
Also seeing US natural gas Futures extend gains. Prices up 5% after Trump authorized a 90-day pause in tariffs.
So far, this is a very solid hold of our previous day value on NQ. Holding our edge high and rotating up. It looks really good to take out this 840 above. We just need to see how this plays out. Again, very illiquid. Please be careful. But we are holding above previous day value, which is super solid. Are prop firms even like allowed to trade right now after that? Did they like cut you guys all off? What just happened? You don't know? $8% on the day? Again, targeting 860 here on NQ off of this hold of previous day value. It's your next target.
S&P 500 climbing 7%. Was the Nasdaq climbing about 8% now?
Looking for like 480
Apple set
above on ES.
13%, the most since March 2020.
This man from live earlier asking me why I don't have my port in 4-week puts. This is why. You kidding me?
The dollar strengthens against the yen after Trump announces his 90-day pause on tariffs, last up about 0.22%. The euro pairs gains after Trump announces his 90-day pause, last up about 0.49%. Spot gold slightly pairs gains after Trump tariff announcement. Copper futures gained 7% in New York after Trump comment. Barkin says the world doesn't love that dollar is a reserve currency. They don't love that the dollar is a reserve currency, but aren't a lot of alternatives.
Great job, Michael. Previous day value high test here on NQ. Call it a day, buddy. You got your move.
Times against Swiss franc after Trump announced his 90-day pause on tariffs.
Yeah,
Last up
don't.
about 0.5%.
You made your money. You gambled a bit. Not gonna lie, but you made money. Take it and run, right? Yes, exactly. What do you mean, is it time to come back?
Only Trump, according to Hexeth, will make decisions about future US troop presence in Europe. WTO and US-China trade tension says preliminary projections suggest that suggest the merchandise trade between the two economies could decrease by as much as 80%. Traders see little chance of a Fed cut in May in sharper pricing after Trump pauses big tariffs on nations except China. Atlantic says the world is ready to work with Trump and China heads the opposite way. WTO and US-China trade tension says the division of the global economy into two blocks could lead to a long-term reduction in global real GDP by nearly 7%. The landing just making comments on X about tariff pause.
Another beautiful hold of our previous day value high on NQ. Rotation back up. Watching to see if we create lower highs here or if we can take them out. No real change to any of our levels. Just holding previous structure. Everything looks fine. Still pretty illiquid, but things are okay.
Lundin says that the world is ready to work with Trump to fix global trade.
Donald Trump did say this morning that the dip is a buying opportunity, and we all know for I think it's fine to look at that for short term, but long term, don't think you're there yet.
A government issued recession forecast.
Too much volatility
to the Trump tariff pause.
Up sauce. I don't think we're going to see him again, Camille. This is our target here into our 830, 860 on NQ. This is our VPOC from our previous day value high hold, rotation up. A bit more room on ES for our next target into 480. We'll see how we interact here. Super important that we're able to build. Yeah, that guy was asking me why I wasn't porting my portfolio into 0 DTE or 4-week puts based off of a fib level when Trump is in office. Gotta be out of your mind.
Just a heads up, Levitt and Besant remarks begin. We'll get the video out on the feed. White House spokesperson says higher tariff because China imprudently decided to retaliate. So just reiterating what Trump said in his Truth Social. And we will continue with tailor-made negotiations. Just a heads up here. There isn't a video, but they're just speaking outside the White House. Levitt says tariff level brought down to universal 105.
Yeah, it was just previous day value into 220 if we're looking for a bounce
White
there.
House spokesperson Levitt says tariff level will be brought down to universal 10% during negotiations.
But there's like no fucking liquidity, so one contract is it. Just gotta chill now. There's so much news, man. Holy, everything is red.
Besant says countries who do not retaliate will be rewarded. And Besant just reiterating what Trump said in his Truth Social that raising duties on China to 125%. Besant just saying that raising tariffs on China due to escalation. Also seeing corn and soy hit session highs after Trump announced his tariff pause, adding Mexico and Canada included in 10% tariff.
What China does is going to be so important for tomorrow. None of this tariff news matters if we still keep these incredibly aggressive tariffs on China for small businesses.
Besant just calling China the biggest source of US trade problems. Besant says, I'm not calling it a trade war.
Not calling it a trade war. It's not real.
And we will work on a solution with our trading partners.
It's not real.
So again, Besson, just to reiterate, saying I'm not calling it a trade war, but China has escalated.
Wait, what? Do the FOMC minutes even matter? Yeah, definitely. Definitely matter. They'll matter for
Besson says Trump
continuation.
created maximum negotiating leverage.
The pump's great for short term, but if you want it to last, we definitely need some good news.
So Besson just reiterates we have been overwhelmed by allies' response. And we're expecting nations to come to the US with their best deal.
Liquidity is still piss poor.
Besson says tariff change made because of countries contacting. Besson saying it was a process problem. Besson says 90-day pause because Trump wants to be involved. And pause gives time to negotiate.
So ready to do this again in 90 days? Hell yeah. Do you remember a week ago when he said that these were permanent and weren't going to change on Liberation Day?
Besson on tariffs saying it was Trump's decision. And we expect more nations to reach out. Besson adding pause is not because of market reaction.
Surely.
Besson's on tariff discussion says everything is on the table.
You wonder how many people got cooked holding puts? Well, quite a bit. Hence, probably 70% of this move.
Besson says market didn't understand Trump's maximum level tariffs.
Listen, like this pump is great, but we are still in a very bad place. You don't we had like 5 minutes of upside. Chill. We need to see this to sustain. We need to see words kept.
The US says that they can't confirm reports Chinese citizens fighting in Ukraine. And it would be an escalation if China allows citizens to fight Ukraine.
Don't get too excited yet.
Seeing Australian dollar rising 3% against greenback on tariffs. Yeah, that's on the tariff pause. Besson says now we have a 10% temporary floor. So there is a video which we have posted out from Fox Business on the Financial News feed of Levitt and Besson speaking following the tariff change. Besson says we will see what China does. Besant asked about bonds, said had quite a good 10-year Treasury auction Wednesday. Besant denies the bond market impacted tariff change. Besant says this was Trump's intention all along.
Wait, that's Robinhood? You can bet on decisions? Is that true? Ain't no way.
So just a reminder, 10 minutes away from the FMC meeting minutes.
Jesus. Decision in 10 minutes. I'm not touching anything. That's why I'm quiet. We're just waiting. Liquidity is terrible. We're chopping above previous day value. We'll see if that continues to hold. And then we'll get another trade.
Deal team tomorrow.
After that comes back.
11 best in
What does that
remarks
mean,
to the
Keith?
quarter's end.
It's a legitimate site? What? Who won Monday? What are you talking about, Grotto? Won what? Oh, I don't follow basketball, brother. I did not. Where's that baseball? What is it? NCAA? Just college basketball or something, right? College. I don't follow sports. Foosball? Huge. No, I have no. I do not care about college sports.
Economy Minister Giorgetti says G7 members outside US discuss their stance over Trump tariff policy.
No sports?
PIMCO's CEO,
I'll watch like soccer every once in a while,
administration's willingness to collaborate
but not
policies
really.
to market signals. So again, to calibrate policies to market signals. He also did say earlier that Treasury bond sell-off has been quite orderly.
Oh yeah, no, it's funny that they're now allowing you to bet on rate decisions just straight up instead of doing it via like a market instrument. They're basically like incorporating Polymarket into Robinhood.
He says Italy presses ahead with 20 billion euro.
I just thought that was funny.
But market situation requires a cautious stance.
Yeah, I mean Robinhood's fine. It's a fine platform. It's not a great platform, but it's fine.
Russell 2000 index now jumping to 7%. Five minutes away from the FMC meeting minutes.
Excuse me. Five minutes to news, boys.
US credit risk gauges fall by the most since April 2020. placebo volatility index last down 14.41 points at 37.92.
What's up, Tom? Yeah, Monday, Wednesday, Friday for live. Every day if you're subscribed. But I'll be here every day.
Index up 6.1% after Trump announced his 90-day tariff pause. One minute to go now to the FMC meeting minutes.
DJT, isn't that his stock? Did that go up? DJT? Yeah, I mean it did.
Five seconds.
It's interesting when
So seeing the release of the Fed minutes here.
I don't know if that's legal. It's very gray.
Say participants remarked uncertainty about the net effect of government policies on the outlook was high, making it appropriate to take a cautious approach. They say all participants at the meeting viewed it as appropriate to keep rates unchanged in light of elevated uncertainty around the economic outlook. So all participants viewed it as appropriate. A majority of participants noted the potential for inflationary effects from various factors to be more persistent than they had projected. All participants viewed risks to inflation as tilted to the upside, risks to employment tilted to the downside. Participants assessed the FOMC was well positioned to wait for more clarity on the outlook. Fed minutes say almost all participants supported slowing the pace of balance sheet runoff. Several did not see a compelling case for a slower runoff pace. So again, several participants emphasized that elevated inflation could prove to be more persistent than expected. Fed minutes say some participants observed the FOMC may face difficult trade-offs if inflation proved more persistent while the outlook for growth and employment weakened. Fed staff say projections for real GDP growth was weaker than one prepared for the January meeting.
Swinging from the
A
top
few
would be
participants
smart.
cautioned an abrupt repricing of risk in financial markets could exacerbate the effects of any new economic shocks. Fed staff projections for real GDP growth was weaker than the one prepared for in the January meeting, as a repeat. So traders now bet the Fed to cut policy rate just 3 times this year from 4 previously, starting in June now, according to rate futures pricing. Dollar index climbs after Trump announces the 90-day pause on tariffs. Keep in mind, we have also posted out the link to the Fed meeting minutes for their March meeting on the feed. The Nasdaq 100 soars more than 10%, which is its biggest gain since October of 2008.
Turn them up a tad? Yeah, I can. I just did, but I can turn them to 200%. It's so weird that it's quiet on stream. What time? I usually start around 10:30, 10:30ish. And then trade till close, usually, till like 3 or 4. I try not to trade last 30 minutes. I tend to, my quality of trade goes down in last hour quite a bit as of late. So I tend to just kind of like sit on hands. I can't play music or I'll get copyright striked, and then the VOD is
White
muted
House
if
Trade
you ever want to go
Navarro,
back.
White House Trade Counselor Navarro, currently
Sadly.
speaking on Fox Business, says every deal is going to be tailor-made.
I'd love to be able to play music on stream, but YouTube does not like it.
Navarro says we've got the bond market behaving well now.
Even on copyright
US
free
Bond yield of
playlists,
Navarro says this has unfolded
sometimes
exactly the way it should.
there are
German Chancellor
samples that aren't,
designate Merz on
and
Trump
we get
tariff comments
flagged.
says European are united on defending ourselves, and this shows that approach works best. We should have 0% tariffs on all transatlantic trade, and then the problem is solved.
Yeah, it's gonna happen, Nicole. You're not the only one that was thinking puts there, right? This is how the market reacts. A lot of fear. I don't think your general idea is wrong that we continue downward, but the volatility is just way too big to want to put my port into it. And I think any shorter time frame, like even a month out, is just you're gonna get absolutely ruined on those with the volatility. The Trump is just, it's too much volatility, man. Swinging overnight is just so hard. And like, yeah, you'll see insane gains on like Wall Street bets. But like, it's just not, if you're gonna gamble, right, you want to do it with minimal money, not your port. Yes, exactly. That is what I preach. And then you take that money out, and then you can add it to your long term. Let me see if I can post this. I think it's a good visual aid. Just to give you like an understanding of what markets look like under different presidents and like the volatility to be expected. Here we go.
French Finance Minister cuts 2025 GDP forecast to
Of course, it's too large.
0.7%.
Why wouldn't it be too large? Let's see if this will work. There we go. So like this is I need you to understand how much more volatile Trump's presidency is for the market compared to Biden here. And we're only like what 73 days, 75 days into Trump's presidency, and we're already doing outlying, more volatile outlier events, right? And this chart hasn't been updated. This is like 2 weeks old, and we've already had what, like two more. We had an 8% move and then a 5% move again. Like the volatility is insane under a Trump regime. So basically just easier to grow port, but got to be more strict. I mean, it's hard, man, because like it could be your volatility can be your best friend or it can be your worst enemy, depending on how you trade and if you're on the right side of that trade. It's really rough. because when volatility comes, fear comes, right? And there are going to be a lot of people
US
who
2-year
are
yield climbs 25
not
basis points
willing
to a day's high of 3.98%.
to maintain
And
their
US
long
Senator
term
Vara
during
ends his
volatility,
interview to Fox Business Now.
and they sell out, right? So you have to be really careful, and you have to figure out how you want to play in volatility. Like, and we were talking earlier today, it's like, why aren't you closing out your entire long-term portfolio? And it's like, well, does it make sense to, are we going to go back down to those levels of my original entry? And when we get down to my original entry levels, am I going to participate? Right? So like, okay, say I sell at the highs and I full exit out everything. For me to make more money to come back into that market, I need to then distribute all my capital back in, and we need to go higher than our all-time high for me to be more profitable than just maintaining. Like, even if we come back up to our highs, you're still losing in this market. We have to go higher than our high to be profitable.
And France's Finance Minister Lombard says,
Does
still
that,
targeting
do you understand that?
2025 deficit at 5.4% of GDP.
Like, if we go down 5% and then we go up 6%, like I'm like almost break even. And that's only if I caught like the absolute low. Like, there are a lot of people, the common person, who's just selling and they're not going to re-enter the market until volatility subsides. And so they're not catching the full downside move. And when we come back up, they're now buying the highs and they've sold their long-term positions and they're kind of just screwed. Like, there's not, the volatility is great when you know the absolute low and high, but like if you're on the wrong side of the trade or if you exit your long term, like you're just kind of screwed, because the fear is just it's too much for a lot of normal people. I mean, like the average loss for the last 2 weeks in 401ks was around 35K. Like, that's a lot of money for the average person who's going into retirement. Like, people are going to be exiting. We like a smooth ship. We like to just see things go up. When there's like 5% down days and 5% up days and just random occurrences where we trade 8% on a day, like that's not a great environment for someone who's looking to retire in the next, 5-10 years. Their livelihood that's on the line. So it's great if you're day trading and you're on the right side of the trade, but like anyone who actually has real capital in the market, this is absolutely terrifying for them. And it's the same problem with the COVID crash, right? Like, did everyone buy that low?
So
No. A
according
lot
to
of
a
people
article
exited
on X
into the
here,
low
Victorino,
and didn't
it
re-enter
says
until
White
like
House
halfway
officials
through,
concede the potential
right? On the
technical deal,
upside.
say sale to a US company by the Chinese is off the table for the foreseeable future and maybe forever as we go to a trade war focused totally on the Chinese.
Like your average citizen is not hitting the highs and absolute lows and entering and exiting. The most volume that's traded usually into a sell-off is into the low and into the high. Like, people are at their most fearful and get punished the most into these extremes.
So US Senator Schumer and Senate Democrats are holding a presser on tariffs now.
Give me 1 second. Right back. All right.
US 2-year yield climbs
God,
30
liquidity is
basis
still pretty
points
shit.
past 4%, the most since 2009.
We've got a pretty sizable buyer at 800s on NQ that we might be able to play off of if they continue to hold this. I still really would love us to tag into this ESV POC up at 480. I don't think that there's going to be a great trade until we take out this higher low off this last 15. I mean, this doji is insane. But we do have a buyer at 800 that we might be able to play off of. Yeah, you like take profit trader? I haven't heard much about them, but I know that some people in our group use them. I think the majority of people here use one of three prop firms: TopStep, My Funded Futures, or Trade Day, for the most part.
Traders price in less than 75 basis points of Fed easing this year now.
Prop firms can be good, man. It's great for people who don't have a ton of capital or don't want to risk a ton while they're building out their strategies. It's not real cash. When you get payouts, it's the same, but the risk is much better for the average person. Like you can't get liquidated and lose everything. You just lose your prop account. You just make a new one. So if you know what you're doing and you have an actual strategy, it can be incredibly useful because you can leverage that, take payouts, make money, and then put that into a separate account that is yours. It's very good for building. Having margin, right? Being able to utilize margin for futures without the chance of losing your livelihood is pretty big for a lot of people. Yeah, like your payouts are real money. That's all that matters. The feeling isn't the same. You live for the high of losing it all. Hell yeah. There's really not much to say here. Liquidity is still pretty poor. I still think we're just headed up to that 480 on ES. Take out that VPOC. Buyers still very present at that 800 that I talked about on NQ. Just slow grinding up.
Natural gas futures extend gains after Trump paused most tariffs and on a drop in gas output as well as forecasts for more demand and record LNG export flows. Again, nat gas futures extending gains. So just keep in mind, at the bottom of the hour, Trump was due to be signing executive orders. The roll call did note this was closed press. We're just going to double check to see if there is a video just in case.
$15 seconds till new 15s. Yeah, we'll see if we'll maintain it. At least it's if this actually follows through, at least it's just China versus us instead of us versus the entire world. It's a really bad position if we're also putting huge reciprocal tariffs and just overall tariffs on EU. Doesn't make any sense. They're just gonna they're gonna trade more with China and the US loses. It's still bad with what we're doing with China. It's not a great position, seeing how much we depend on them, but it is a much better position for us now. We'll see if it follows through. Again, I mean, he said these were locked in a week ago, not even, and now we're backing out. I have zero trust in anything he says. Zero. As you should either. I mean, there's no, why would you? He's flip-flopped on tariffs every week. Yeah. But I can tell you one thing, like, no one, literally no one is going to build a factory here if he continues to flip-flop. We had this discussion yesterday, but like the amount of debt or money, whatever, however they're going to finance it to build a factory here makes 0 sense in a flip-flop decision making. Like, no one's investing here until they have a for sure answer. And even when they do, like Trump's term ends in 4 years, right? Like what happens in 4 years when a Democrat or a different Republican's in office and they change the tariffs? Is the investment going to be paid for, or are they now in a worse position after 4 years, going into debt to build a factory here, raising prices because you can't pay the same pay rate as you would in Vietnam or China? You have to pay
$62.35
at least
a
minimum
barrel,
wage in
which is up
America.
$2.77 or 4.65%.
Like at no point does building a factory here make sense for any company. Like, it's actually brain dead. Robo factories. I mean, even see, like, great, like, yes, sure, but like the problem is like the manufacturing isn't that simple anymore. Like, there's so many components and so many individual pieces, and like machining is such a lost art in the United States, and the only people who can do it now are in China. And we like like even if we have the ability to assemble things, like the individual components for the products can't be made here. Like, you need the all of the individual components to also be machined, and we don't have that level of precision or the people who can do it, right? So you have to have those factories made, and then you can also have your factories where you assemble the products, right? But like all of that needs to be pushed over here, and we just don't have the people that are capable of doing it anymore. It's a lost art form. We shipped it all over to China. So even if we were to shift all of that back to the United States, which is in itself a terrible idea, but if we did do that, I mean, we're 10, 15 years away from even being at the same level we are right now to accommodate what China can do for us right now in the moment. It just doesn't make sense. We should be focusing on what we're good at and import what we don't need to be good at. Yeah, it's hard, because I'll see if I can figure out a way to do it. The problem is like the more real estate that I give to chat or to another aspect, the less screen space there is for then charts. So it's really just like is it worth the screen space at any given point? A lot of the time, like the Discord chat is just memeing, a lot of memes, and is that like worth the screen real estate? I don't know.
China's offshore yuan rises 1% to 7.3498 per dollar.
Let's keep politics out of this. Keep trading the focus. I don't think it's a political take to be like, this is stupid. I think it's a pretty rational take on either side. It's just like basic economics. if like all we were doing was trading like fart coin, you know, like okay, sure, we can keep it out, but like we're trading markets that are hugely dependent on politics. So it's good to have a an understanding of
Goldman Sachs rescinds their recession call after the Trump tariff pause.
on how things
So
are going to be
Goldman Sachs
affected
did
by
post a note
decisions
just
made,
before the tariff announcement saying a 65% chance of a
right?
recession. They have now rescinded that forecast after the Trump tariff pause announcement.
Huge recession over, boys. It took a single day. Yeah, Algo, it was insane. We traded the basically, I think I read the entire market cap of the 1980 stock market in 7 minutes on ES. Like, there's nothing rational about that. Like, what are we doing? Uh, excuse me. Does China still have the one child rule? No, it no longer exists. They took away that. I think in like 2015 was the end of the one child thing. That screwed them over so bad, man. They also just lowered their the age of marriage. I think to 18 or 21. It was really high. The legal age of marriage in China was like 23 until this year. They need babies bad. Oh, it wasn't 2015, it was 2016 now that I'm looking. God, the liquidity is so poor still, guys. I'd love to be able to trade, but I mean, it's like 1 or 2 contracts per price level on Dom. I mean, it's really poor. Even on micros, it's like 1 to 4 contracts. Like, it is just not great. Yeah, you'd think my levels right now on ES is like we're trading NQ. These price ranges are crazy. Like 28 back down to 375, 428 to 375. Man, that's an insane move.
ECB's Villeroy says US politics is marked by huge unpredictability.
Trading back down to POC here of our previous 15 into 77s. Watching our reaction into this 77 to 35. See if this bid can hold here. Remember, our buyer is down at 800 from this original pop-up. So just let's see if we can find a higher low as we rotate back into this POC.
Unpredictability hurts growth.
Something like this. But if we start to gain any traction below 800s, the sell-off can get a bit more extreme. Just keeping our eye on this low as we push down in. We want to see this get absorbed pretty quickly on NQ. We've double topped on RTY. We're putting this very clear lower high back into our balance on ES.
ECB's Villeroy said tonight the US unpredictability is positive.
Right. So we watch to see how we interact here as we push back down in the bottom of balance. We want to see a buyer
Villeroy
very
adds, though, that
clearly here.
protectionism is still a bad policy.
You've been trading Globex hours?
So again, keep in mind, ECB's Villeroy currently speaking on France 2 TV.
I mean, the moves have been nice for Globex. I don't know about the liquidity. I haven't really checked. But we're definitely getting some sizable rotations. That is for sure. This is our retest of our bid here into 800s. This has to be our low, and then we have to look back over this 880. If sell side gains traction here, we have a lot more room. We can start to retrace on NQ. Liquidity is still very poor. I'm going to keep saying that because you need to respect it. Your fills are going to be absolute garbage. Testing into our offer here.
Says we were winning the battle against inflation.
Bid at 800 is good. Watching to see if we can step back over this 880.
Villeroy says we don't expect any deviation from this goal of 2%.
ES enjoyers, what do we have? Bounced our low at 75s from the rotation from 428 down to 375. Now watching to see if a lower high gets put in or if we can recover 400s. we're in an okay spot if 400 is recoverable, but if this node holds here into 400s, a lower high is to be expected, and then we look for a rotation back down to our value edge into 348 is what I would be guessing. So again, just we're watching to see if sell side can step this down and we can break these lows where we saw absorption last. Not a lot of great structure to play off of, and liquidity is very poor.
Of inflation in Europe and France.
So it's super important that we see some bid and step back in. Pretty clear seller up at 020 on NQ. That would be kind of your let's see if we can build here on the recovery. Offer makes sense into 920. We watch to see a rebid of 880, see if we can recover this edge. I mean, it's untradeable on Dom. I really don't know how you trade this. Offer still sitting 920. Mm-hmm. 400 offer on ES holding. We're trying to build out higher lows. Just looking to see if we can maintain. Bid at 80s was okay. Need to get over 920. And show like actual interest. First look above. I don't really see much of anything here until 020 above this, if we can show this is supportive. We've got a little bit of an edge here into 950. Need to see a bit more from bid.
Villeroy says, I salute the start of the US's return to economic reason.
Testing into our 950 now. Again, I don't see anything until up to 020 above us into this POC if we can recover this value low. So this looks fine if bid can now hold this 20 to 50 below us for a rotation up to POC on recovery of our value low of previous candle. But we're going to see quite the bid step in here. God, the liquidity is so bad, man.
Goldman Sachs says Trump announces 90-day pause. We are now reverting to our prior non-recession baseline forecast with 45% probability of recession, according to research note.
Watching reoffer into 920. If sell side serious, we should hold that. This 880 to 920. Any look back above and bid should result in a rotation up. If offer is able to step below 800s, we'll look at this 800, 835 as offer. I told my friend to do a prop firm once after he's tired of trading for 2 years and thinking he was going to make it. Oh, you guys are having like your own conversation. Got it. Prop firms are great to give you a reality check and to make sure that you are setting at least basic risk levels and goals, right? Like they're going to hold you accountable, and it gives you a framework to work off of. That and much needed accountability that a lot of traders who try to do it by themselves just don't have, right? I think that's like one of the biggest issues with most traders is that they don't hold themselves accountable, and a prop firm definitely will. You break the rules, you're out, right? So it keeps you consistent in the sense of like if I want to make money and if I want to take money out, I need to follow a certain rule set. And again, for like the average trader, a lot of people are unwilling to stick to a rule set and be consistent. And a prop firm will help teach you how to be consistent within a set framework and build out, a trade plan that works with it. I think it's great for stuff like that, especially while you're learning, because like okay, you couldn't pass a prop firm. Okay, well, how are you going to be able to make money with your own money, right? Like it's a good reality check for a lot of people where like, oh, I would have just blown up and lost all of the money that I had if I wasn't trading this prop firm, but trying to do the same thing with an actual account. Like, yeah, the base level should be I can pass it an eval. After that, like it's just about being consistent and not trying to get too greedy, following your rule set. But I think it gives you quite the edge in the beginning when you're in that gamba mindset of seeing moves like today and being like, yeah, if I caught the bottom and the top, I would have changed my life. And I'm going to be able to do that now on an everyday basis. Like it's just so unrealistic.
Keystone Pipeline leak excavation could start tonight, according to an official.
What's my name? You can just call me Sig. Do prop firms allow options or only futures? I don't know of any prop firms that do options. There's probably one. I know that there's a prop firm that does stocks and stuff like that. I remember seeing it. Testing into our 800 liquidity here again. Sell side trying to really continue these lower highs and pushing us down. Russell back into value here on our edge. I need to see some pretty clear retests below our value edges for any continuation down, or this bid is just going to continue to hammer here. Good chance of a trap if we don't see sell side really aggressively throw us down.
Trump currently speaks at a White House event.
Well, I guess that'll be depending on whatever Trump says here.
Trump, in a conversation at the White House, touts the market gains.
Of course he does. Ugh. It would be comedy gold as he touts that if we retrace the entire move.
So Trump currently making comments that it's a photo opportunity with racing champions. We'll get the live video out on the feed.
Here, we can post the YouTube video in chat for Trump. Here you go, guys. I don't know if he's going to say anything of interest. Offer holding 800 so far. I'm going to grab some water real quick. I'm losing my voice a bit. I will be right back. See if we can recover our 800, 835 or if this holds offer. Russell retesting our edge here on value. We're watching to see if this will shift. We're either going to squeeze sellers below this or this is going to hold. So it's a very important auction. All right. A lot of squeeze potential if we can push over these pivots. Back to our 80 here. Offer sitting pretty heavy into that. See what they can do here. I'd like to see an incredibly strong bid at this 35 to 800, right? We want this buyer to be back, and we want these guys to get absolutely ruined if we're going to go up. If we push back below this and then offer, should take out this low. So we really want to see this sustain here and rotate back up through our balance. Same thing on Russell. Recovery of our value low. Want to see this flag, hold our value low edge for rotations back up, right? We need to see these bids that were present before show interest again. If they step out of the way and we don't get the upside move, then we
According to El Salvador's Bitcoin
just have a lower
office,
high,
we
right?
have
And then we
more Bitcoin
sell
at this
side takes
price.
advantage. Oh God, I'm like actually losing my voice here. It's a very solid bid off of 35. This rotation back to our 50. Full balance. This should be your first risk off if you are trading the recovery. Need to show clear interest above our value edge here from previous 15-minute candle at 930, 950. Right, so again, we're treating this as a balance between our auction high and low. We had someone who was caught here. We have someone who's caught here. This is your rotation through this node that we've created. The extremes are into these edges. We watch to see who gets put
Trump says, I
offside,
put the
right?
pause because people were jumping out of line.
That is why you always risk off into the potential lower high into our previous offer. It's the same trade every time.
Settle at
Just balance.
$65.48 a barrel, which is up
See if we can pop this or not.
$2.66 or 4.23%.
Might have to wait on Russell to figure out if we can hold this low.
Trump says, I have reversed tariffs for a short period of time.
Watch Russell into our value edge. Again, this is the move that we're expecting. We got our push and rotation
Trump
through.
says nothing's over yet.
We get our rotation and push up,
Trump says
lower
China
high.
wants to make a deal.
We need to now see if this bid is serious and we rotate above, holding our low balance now, or
So
if
again,
this is
Trump
going to be
says
our
China wants
lower
to make a
high
deal, but doesn't know how to go
and
about
offer
it.
sticks
Says
and we
she
take
is a
out the
proud
low.
man.
Right? This is just an auction. So we have a participant above into our extreme, we have a participant below in our
Says
extreme,
China is
and
in
we
the
have a
process of
bid
figuring
here
it out.
and an offer here. Now it's just a matter of which way do we break. Trade your edges.
Trump reiterating that the 90-day pause is for the people who didn't retaliate.
Trump is speaking. Please be careful.
Trump says we have many countries wanting to come here.
You think Gators going to White House? I have no clue what you're talking about, Grotto. Gators? What?
Trump says a deal could be struck with China.
After I told them I have no
Trump
no
asked
clue what's going
UK
in
deal
college
says a deal could be
sports.
made with everyone.
Yeah, they're going
be
to
a
the
fair
White
deal
House
for
game.
everyone.
Grota, for sure. No strength yet in RTY. Only weakness. Not a great sign. Need to see bid step in here very quickly, or I lose most of my faith in any sort of upside squeeze. Russell's got a bid. Still holding our pivot on NQ. Again, just this 800 to 35. We know that bid is present there on recovery. As long as that's maintaining, you can rotate up to your 920 to 950. But we got to see a very clear look back over these highs. Russell, a little bit stepping in, not a ton. Again, we got to recover this edge, or it's just where sell side's sitting, and we're just rotating in a balance. Liquidity is so bad, man. Solid retest of our highs here on Russell from our hold of our value edge. Retesting now on NQ, seeing if we can hold our upper edge. Basically equal highs on NQ. Need to see a very strong bid here. We can see them on footprint attempting. We need this to hold, or we're just going to trap again, and then we rotate back through the range. So super important that we see a solid bid maintained for a push up to 020 target. We're going to go higher. If these guys fail, it's not a great look.
Trump says it is working out maybe faster than I thought.
I'm not a fan of this slowdown. Retesting highs here, holding our pivot still. We need this thing to breach.
Trump says car manufacturers are coming to the US because of tariffs.
as we push into this 020, you should be either risking off or moving stops up. This is where our previous offer was sitting. So as we push into this, we need to either see a very clear hold above, or we should expect our offer to be sitting here, absorbing bids, right?
Is unsustainable.
We need to look above this and show a very clear interest above our 020 for rotations to retest highs. This has to be a target, understanding that our offer was sitting here last. Let's see if we can get the push. Russell's still putting in higher lows. We're still holding within value. Things look okay. We have to.
Bond market.
This is our area of interest on Russell. We lose momentum here, the trade might be over. Pushing into 020s now. Full rotation from our hold of 800 to 35. Recovery. Held our top edge. Now rotating in. You should be happy.
We're getting queasy.
Now, let's see what happens. We're about to fill our LVN on Russell. Any loss of momentum here can be really problematic for us. We need to see this bid over 020 show a lot of interest from buyers. See if we can hold this as our top edge. We can see them coming in here again on the bid. If sells get serious, this is going to be rough because all we're going to be doing is trapping back into our last offer. So we need to see a lot more. If Russell can do this and we can get over this wick high on RTY and over 23, you have room, but we got to show interest above this, or it's just a rotation back into this. Right. But if we can step up, then it's just right into this node up at 31. Fill another LVN. We just need to see so much more from buyers here into this top edge, showing that this seller is just, once they get their orders filled, can we rotate back up the highs? I mean, regardless, it's a super profitable trade. But now it's just a matter of continuation.
Trump says, I'll take a look at companies as time goes by. So that's Trump saying, we'll take a look at exempting some US companies as time goes by. Trump says, I'm using instinct on such decisions. On tariffs, you have to have flexibility.
This reoffer into 900 to 20 is going to be incredibly important sauce. This will either be our lower high on reoffer from the sell for rotations back to 921 from 19K, or we'll flip this and then go supportive here, I think. Watching Russell for the higher low. Potential trap here. They gotta break these highs, dude. Holy. Give us like 070. That'd be sick. Come on, RTY.
So keeping an eye on the live video now, it does seem that he's stopped taking questions outside the White House. So yes, Trump now has ended remarks at the White House event.
This is our 70 here. Let's see if we can push through. This is our value high of our sell side candle. So super interesting area. Next target. We push through this, we're in a pretty good spot.
Sky News reports
Watch
that the
Russell into
UK will
31.
coolly and calmly continue to negotiate. So UK's Downing Street says a trade war is in nobody's interest.
Pushing into target here on Russell. This is our offer. Fill of our next LVN. Super important that we can build above this node or we lose momentum here again into our highs.
So keeping an eye on the markets here, US index is extending their gains with the Nasdaq 100 now up some 10.9%.
Beautiful. People play that rotation or no? Nice job, Rory. Testing our node here is supportive on Russell. Big moment. We have a lot of room below us on RTY if we don't find a bid. Fractional micros, hell yeah. You need some macros? Break even's good, man. I mean, it's not good, but it's not bad. I'm glad you made it back. Now close it up, pack it up, call it a day. Did you take some heavy stops today? I don't like the RTY divergence up here. I'd like to see us back over 31s or rotation back down to 18 makes a lot of sense to me on Russell, the lower high, before we get our next leg. Just to complete this LVN, and then we can look up like this, potentially. Only way this invalidates is like a very clear look over 31s without that retrace and then a bit off of it. All right, now that we have a second, let me read through YouTube chat. You guys are having like a full-on conversation in here. Yeah, anyone who's trying to pressure you into something is not your friend. Completely agree with that, Tom. Or over-promising. Jesus. How much time do we have left? 30 minutes? Ugh. Russell double topping. I don't have enough information up here for really anything. I'd like to see 260 on NQ ideally and 480 on ES, but we got to see Russell show a bit more initiative, or it's going to be just way too choppy for anything if you're not already in a position. If you're in runners, I think you're fine, but trying to enter anything here is just not the move. Ari's live? Hell yeah. Pull up the stream. Here, we gotta link it to Rory so that he doesn't send me clips from the stream the next day. You can watch it live. And he lost connection. Mark, I'm not trying to body shame, but how did this man look skinnier sitting at home all day, every day, streaming, than he does now walking through the city for 8 hours with 70 pounds on his back? Explain that one to me.
The S&P 500 rally tops 9%.
Good hold of POC so far from previous candle at 150. We're looking to aim for that 260 above on NQ. Just tagged our target on ES into our 480, taking out that VPOC that was there. I don't have any levels above for short term on NQ. I'm really worried. I'm not worried. I'm interested to see what happens as we push into this on ES at 260, 300. I think that this can easily top out here. But we'll see what happens. This is target 260. Watching Russell back into our highs. Again, we've hit target, up target for ES here into 480. See if this bid can maintain. Only thing I see is like
President Xi
550
says
above.
Mexico, in good part, sustains the US economy.
Like up here. It's our full move on Russell. This is our liquidity here from our 260, watching our 185, 200, seeing if our bid can maintain, or if we're going to have to rotate back down to our 150 buyer. We'd like to see a pretty significant bid here on NQ if we're going to continue. Again, we've hit targets, all of our major upside targets for the day into this high. Watching Russell on this pullback. We're going to need to see that find a low, I think, before we get more. Watch for bid here at our 185. Russell, no low yet. Please be careful. I'm not seeing enough from buyers yet. We had a nice reaction at 185. We got to get it back over 260. Russell, lower high. Holding. Russell leading us down. Seller sitting at 240 above on NQ. Buyer at 150. Watching Russell into this node here. You get no more upside until Russell finds this low. Into our node on RTY. NQ testing our 50 buyer. Later, man. Have a great rest of your day. If you are break even or positive on the day, the last 30 minutes is not where you give it all back. Remember that. Don't let your entire day's work go away because you want a gamba. If you want to trade last 30, right? Half your size, third your size. Don't give it back. Please. There's nothing worse than having an amazing day and then ruining yourself in the last 30. We're watching for a lower high here on RTY from our bounce on our lower node. Watch as we reoffer into this node above, right? This is where we should expect offer to be sitting now that we've rotated back down. It's the same pathing as before. Need to see a very clear look back above this, or a lower high is going to be put in, and then we continue downward. Watching our recovery of our 185, 205 here, see if our secondary buyer steps back in on NQ with this push up on Russell. Again, if Russell can't do this, we've got very clear lower highs and a seller moving off or down. So need to see a very clear lift back above and bid step back in here. Same thing, ES 81, right? We know our offer is sitting at 240 above on NQ. It's the same as before. Very clear liquidity there. Russell into our pivot. Watching to see if we can get over or if we lose momentum here. It's still active on NQ, but it's going to be very dependent if we can flip this or if we hit our heads on this edge. You can see on footprint that our levels make sense. Our POC has shifted to this 205. And our target is our value high of our current candle into this 240, right? Everything is checking out as we develop. It's showing. Russell rejecting our pivot so far. Five minutes until MOC, and then more volatility. Just adjusting our levels off of new 15. Holding value low here at 168, 185, still an area of interest, but if we lose this bid and can't get over 205s with this Russell rejection, I just don't really see the upside potential as of yet. Doesn't make sense to me. We want to be absorbing pretty heavily into this 168, and then we need to lift like very quickly. Tonight's overnight session is going to be crazy once China starts talking. Super curious what they have to say. Full rotation on Russell off of our resistance. Back to our node here, just developing out this edge. Two minutes until MOC. Russell rotating back up to our offer. See if we can push through this attempt. If Russell can do it, then upside makes sense on NQ and ES. If Russell rejects here again, you're just trapped in chop. MOC very soon. Please be careful. Volatility is going to start stepping back in here. This is our edge and offer on NQ into 40.
One minute now until we get the market on close imbalance.
All liquidity has disappeared. MOC starting here in a second. 25 seconds till MOC. Into our offer at 60 is on NQ. Russell still ranging. 10 seconds.
10 seconds.
MOC.
So looking out at the market on close imbalance, S&P 500 buy side 1.8 billion, Nasdaq 100 buy side 2.6 billion, Dow 30 buy side 608 million, Mag 7 stocks a buy side of 1.2 billion. Seeing a report from ABC, Trump expected to hold a cabinet meeting tomorrow.
Watching Russell into our edge. Big candle and squeeze on NQ off these sellers into our 160.
Again, expected Trump cabinet meeting tomorrow.
I'd love to see a retest. We'll see if we get it. Upside target for ES into end of day, if we can hold our edge at 480, is 550 above on ES. That's all I got. Russell attempting. This Russell flip gives us room if we can hold here. Remember, this bid gives us room up to 41. See if we can hold this node on retest. Should give us room on NQ and ES if we can. Did you look over your trades from this morning, Rory? What was like the common issue? Watching our retest here on RTY. You weren't playing with buyers and sellers? What? Who are you playing with? Okay, yeah.
A US official says there's no change to auto, steel, and aluminium tariffs. And also no change to Canada and Mexico tariffs, according to a US official, contrary to what we heard earlier.
Uh-oh. I don't know what the market reaction is going to be from that.
Canadian dollar saw some weakness following that headline again. A US official says no change to Canada and Mexico tariffs.
That might be the top. Unsure. You've got 4 minutes left anyways, so we'll see. We're starting to see a little absorption here.
Keep in mind, a Trump Oval Office event begins due to be signing executive orders. We'll see if there's a video available for this.
That definitely just brought uncertainty back. Again, like that's we're gonna need clarity on that.
Trump says having a good day on the stock market. Trump says record day on the stock market should continue.
Russell oscillation back down to our lows, rotating back up, watching on 28 to 31 here for offer. Good bounce at our our pivot here on NQ, right back into our absorption here. I'm unsure what happens into 340. We need to be very careful. As we push back up into this absorption, you just got to be really careful because, again, we have nothing's changed here. Nice job, flippers.
So we've got a live video on the feed as Trump signs executive orders. That's on the feed now.
Posting now. Here you go.
Irish Trade Minister Harris says, I'm meeting with US Commerce Secretary Lutnick. It's confirmed my view of US openness to engage in comprehensive trade negotiations with the EU. So Irish Trade Minister Harris says, again, meeting US Commerce Secretary Lutnick confirmed my view of US openness to engage in comprehensive trade talks with the EU. So Trump here is to sign an executive order on shipbuilding.
Russell rotation back up to our 31. See if we lose momentum or if we can pop off this. ES holding our 480. Rotating back up to highs. Testing into this absorption here again at 340 on NQ. No real change in anything.
Action on shipbuilding. Earlier, a Trump administration aide said the shipbuilding executive order is aimed at restoring American maritime dominance. Again, Trump signing an executive order on shipbuilding now. So US markets are closed now. S&P 500 soared 9.5%, with the Nasdaq 100 jumping 12%. Trump administration aide adds that the Trump executive order is on defense procurements.
All right, well, today was interesting. Huge, some might even say. Liquidity in the afternoon was god-awful. Holy.
The Trump administration aide says we'll launch a review of existing procurement programs as well. So this is a summary of the markets here at the close. Apple, Nvidia, Microsoft, Amazon, and Meta all jumped at least 10%.
How've the mornings been? I've been getting on later, man. I haven't been trading first hour. But mornings have been alright. Just have to be a bit more patient. Let me see what we got. These have been really solid setups. Just these like returns back into balance once we trap have been really solid. Hide indicators. I've been really just focusing on this for you guys lately, which is just like find a balance, watch to see if someone can get off sides, look back into balance, rotate up. Like that's been like the only trade that I've been really talking about lately because I think it's super easy for you guys to follow. But the morning was good because we were above our 30-second opening range. So this was really solid. As soon as we recovered our opening range here, I was pretty happy with any sort of reversion trade. That was basically all I talked about this morning. was like, are we above or below?
Administration aide
Oops.
says Trump is also to sign executive order on foreign defense sales.
And then it's like, okay, well, if we're above, then we rotate up to our highs, and then we just do the same shit over and over again, which is consolidate, wait for someone to get off sides into our lows, recover our edge, and then rotate back up to our push back up. That's been really solid. We saw that play here.
So the S&P 500
We saw this play here,
closed up 9.52%,
and most
which is
importantly,
its
into end of
biggest one-day
day,
percentage gain since October 28th of 2008.
same as here. This is just like such a good setup with
The Nasdaq
finding
Composite as well, up 12.16%, its biggest one-day percentage gain since January 3rd of 2001, and its second largest on record.
using DOM to find an active participant at 800, waiting for them to either offer that, right, as our very clear resistance or the rotation back through, and then just punishment, right? We have a really solid end of day move here off of this failure into our low, and then our hold of our highs for this rotation up. It's the same setup that it was basically shown like 4 times on the day. It's just, you gotta, if you keep getting screwed over in these areas where we're trading balance, you're more than likely trying to long here and short here on first attempt in, which is just like you're screwing yourself over so badly. When like all we need to look for is this look back in from below and then trading back up to our offer above. Like the recovery of our edge is just such a clear trade. And if you're trying to short this on this push down,
headline, then Trump administration aide says Trump
you're gonna continue to get chopped up. Like we know that this is buyer value. We know this is seller value. The only way when we shift down below and above here, we need to see a very clear look below and then shift of our offer on footprint. And if we don't see that, we don't trade it. Because the likelihood of you getting screwed into these lows and into these highs is just way too high trying to play a secondary move off of that. Right? Like, because it's not even the secondary move. It's the tertiary move. The secondary move is like this lower high, right? This higher low. So like, if you still are struggling with these areas, I need you to go back and review your trades in these balance, because it is so mechanical in the setup of what we're looking for. And if you're still trading it on the wrong side, it's just like a very emotional trade that you're still uncomfortable with. And that's fine, but like you just like review. Like it is fine to take a loss here. Right? If you are trading off of this reoffer and you're trying to get into the first one. But like, if this is what you're looking for, like this is still profitable on first attempt on a look below. Like this can be profitable, but you have to flip if we push back over. Like you can't just avoid your stop. Your stop is set. Once we start to show any sort of strength above, we have to use this as a, oh, okay, sell side didn't have what it needed. I now need to reevaluate because we failed to shift value. My narrative is no longer in play, right? You need to remind yourself of that, of like, oh, well, it could go down. Like, it's not worth the risk. We know that where value is, right? We have our 2 edges. If we don't see a strong sell and hold this low, we have not shifted value, and the likelihood of squeezing the person who's below our balance is way too high. It's the same thing when you think of a volume profile, right? This is the same setup. This is our volume profile on a D. We have our value low, we have our value high, we have our POC in the middle, right? It's a D profile. What are we looking for when we push below on our value low edge? What needs to happen here to shift value? Think about it in the same way that, like this. What happens if sellers push below and we shift below our value low edge? What are we going to see? Well, we're going to see a very clear hold of this edge and a rotation down. But what happens if on this look below, we don't see that weakness and then we look above and we hold this. We're going to trade up to POC, right? And then from POC, we look to hold, and then we push to our value high edge. We rotate through our current auction. And so if you can create a balance area, find our local balance, right? And we have our two zones, and we have our midpoint where we see the auction trying to shift, right?
Trump administration
We
aides
trade.
says Trump to sign an executive order to get rid of regulations preventing market entrance.
We look for someone offsides into our high or our low, right? I'll look below or above, and we're looking to see if we can get back into this for rotations up to our first target, which is our mid, and then our second target, which is our high. The way that we look for this is when we push over, when we look back down, are we able to take out this high, or is it the start of our first lower high? If our offer is lower back into balance, we're more than likely going to rotate through, right? So once we see someone who's offsides, we start to pay attention because we need to see that very clear rebid, or we're going to be looking for that lower high and rotation through. If we fail to hold our value high edge and we look back into value, where are we headed? To POC, right?
Ireland's
Where are we headed?
says
To value
following
low.
the Lutnick meeting.
It's
that
the
US
same
still
thing.
intends to take action on pharma, but I think the 90-day reciprocal tariff pause provides space for negotiations.
$835, how do you define that level? How did I define that level? Or what? Sorry, I don't understand your question. Yeah, so okay, so for example here, we're playing off of the buyer that was very present here on Dom on the flip, right? Very clear here and very clear here. And so I am playing off of this guy either being back on side, right? So if we have a participant who has been bidding here over and over and over and over again, right? And we are then, he then is offsides below. What I'm looking for on this look below is a look back into this said buyer and then a rotation up, right? I want them to be back. So all this is just, we see someone actively participating at this level and we've pushed below them and I'm looking for them to get back in. I want to show an interested player or participant. So I feel like it's, the 35 is very clear just based off of price action alone. But it's also visible on our DOM. So like where the bid is stepping in over and over and over again.
Does not
It's like,
apply to tariffs on Canada and Mexico.
but like, literally it's just this. It's what has happened on our reactions from our look below previously. What happened? What happened when we looked below and then we bid back up? Well, we rotated up to the top of balance, right? So all this is me playing off of the range that's already been developed because this is already a known auction, right? I just moved this over. It's the same thing. It was our resistance before, it flipped supportive, and we then rotated up into these highs where we saw absorption. So now I'm just playing off of what our previous high was and where our bid is now flipped, right? So it's a shift of value from our seller to our buyer. And all I'm looking for is for a failure from sellers below to either get screwed, right, on a retest and a look back in, or for them to hold and then for us to do our lower auction and rotation, which is what we have labeled here, right? So all I'm doing is playing off of our previous
Some more color
auction.
from a White House official now. The 25% tariff on non-USMCA trade with Canada and Mexico is to remain in effect, except for a 10% tariff
Sure.
on energy and potash.
Right? Because we can clearly see right, like this flip here, this is why it becomes our target. Because if we shift our offer, this is the last range that we traded in. right? So I need to see if this buyer is still present, like they were here, and what happens on a look back in. Because if they're present here again, then I expect them to slap the ask again, right? I expect them to slap the ask. I expect them to slap the bid. We play off of this as our area of risk. It's just like, it's that simple. Like either value shifts or it doesn't. And when it shifts, we then play the range down. We have our target into our low where value was found last. Like I don't know how to. Right, it's just a recovery of a buyer and a failure from sellers, and then we just see them trapped, then we rotate up. I don't know. Yeah, it has to be a zone. It can't be an individual level. And like I would say like watch go if it's possible for you to like go back and watch your dom in that area and like see how reactive it is. All right, I'm out of here. Bye. That's all you got to say to me, Garoto.